अभी क्लस्टर्स तो करो तो करो.
Okay. A very good morning to my dear esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and fellow participants. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the World Women Forum conference by Star Icon Conferences. I am Ebenezer. I will be your host for the day. Happy Women's Day to you all.
Hello everyone, good morning and happy Women's Day. I am Chaitanya, I am co-host for the day.
Star Icon Conferences strives to spread knowledge and create amazing platforms for like-minded professionals to explore themselves while interacting in real time. Today is a very special day in the diminutive yet significant existence of the conference. On behalf of organizing committee, it gives me immense pleasure to cordially invite you to Women Conference 2023 by Star Icon Conferences, which is running successfully to accomplish more than 100 plus scientific conferences across the world.
I thank you for making your availability from your busy schedule to be here today. We all know that women continue to face significant obstacles in many areas of life, whether it is in the workplace, in politics, or in our communities. A recent report by the World Bank states that globally over 50% of women participate in the labor force compared to 80% of men. Despite the progress that has been made in recent years, there is still so much work to be done to ensure that women are able to achieve their full potential and live fulfilling lives. Let us remember that to change the world, the change has to come from within. In light of this, on this Women's Day, let us all promise to away with all forms of bias in the workplace and try to incinerate the wage gaps altogether. We have the opportunity to hear from some of the most inspiring and innovative women leaders around the world. Let us learn about the experiences, success, and their challenges. Let us discuss the strategies and solutions that can help to advance the cause of women's empowerment.
On behalf of Star Icon Conferences, I convey my special thanks to our speakers for their willingness to share their knowledge and expertise with us. I would also like to thank the organizers for their hard work in bringing us all together. Now, a brief introduction about the company. Star Icon Conference is an indigenous company which is committed to three C's: creating connections, communicating, conversions. Among researchers as the leading experts in integrating B2B relationships between people and organizations. In order to connect, communicate, cultivate, and convert research ideas elegantly and efficiently for humankind. Our goal is to bring prominent scholars, presenters, authors, entrepreneurs, and coaches together, digitally or in person, to share their important knowledge on a variety of issues. We organize numerous international conferences like women leadership, physical well-being, mental health, robotics, technology, and sustainability. The fundamental purpose of STAR conferences is to bring various research concepts together on one stage for creation, construction, and delivery of cutting-edge topics to retain top of mind awareness. Without further ado, let us get started.
Firstly, we have a first audio video presentation of Dr. Isha Farah Qureshi. And let me have a quick bio of Dr. Isha Farah Qureshi. She is a CEO and founder IFQ Technologies, Metaverse and Web 3.0 evangelist. Dr. Isha Farah Qureshi is a philanthropist, artist, fempreneur, tech innovator, international speaker. She is Miss Universe 2019 Solidarity, Miss UAE United Nations 2023, and Ambassador Diplomatic Mission for Global Peace. Let me have a quick bio. Dr. Isha Farah Qureshi is Dubai-based, a well-known Indian personality who contributed to UAE through her versatile skills, talent, and intellect. She won the prestigious title Miss Universe 2019 Solidarity, a first candidate to represent the Middle East among 92 countries in an international pageant. She is also the winner for the title Miss International 2018. The first time in the history of UAE, Isha will represent UAE at Miss United Nations in 2023 as Miss UAE United Nations. She is known as the beauty queen with the brain and knowledge of UAE. Isha is a doctorate postgraduate with several technologies, certification, and 13 plus years of experience as a technology specialist in UAE and India, working with the world enterprise companies like HP, VMware, EMC, Microsoft, Wipro, and Infosys, GEMS Education, and Fitness. Isha is a professional classical dancer, acted in Bollywood regional movies, and always supported UAE as a celebrity speaker and guest endorsing n number of conferences, events, and shows. She is true inspiring for womanhood who proves through her life, going beyond and above through her extraordinary talent in both her art, technology, social activities, fashion at same time. Attached is a brief accomplished and achievements. Dr. Isha Farah. Please play the audio video presentation of Isha Farah.
Then couldn't travel to Paris. But however, I thought I should take this opportunity to share the information that I had and say hi to all of you. So thank you very much the Team Star Conference for inviting me as a keynote speaker for the future of travel to Paris. But however, I got to talk about the topic and cover share the information. So now, so thank you very much the team. confident, we say it's a decision-making capacity, we say that you being independent. Yes, everything put together is empowered, but then if you empower yourself, only then you will be able to empower others. So that is exactly what I want to say. How would you achieve a tool, the skill set, understand, self-realization, confidence, using technology? So that sounds very interesting, right? So to have that self-realization, you need to understand how do you achieve, how can you develop that which will really
The next speaker to see.
feel that technology
We have.
that today, when it comes to technology, if you don't know how to handle WhatsApp, if you don't know how to log out Google, if you don't know how to handle chat, you are not competent enough to handle technology. Confidence and
I'm not talking technology, but also to understand how in and how the technology works to carry out your day-to-day activity. It's a why? Hello, Paris. Very good morning. Oh, beautiful woman out here. Happy so I really wanted to be in person.
What happened?
So I really wanted to be in person.
Next up, we have Marika Rogers, Congo, and Expo in Australia.
So thank you very much, team. So I want to ask you, what is that first thing that is passing your brain in the field? Everybody's talking about then is it possible to define what exactly empowerment is? We think about self-realization, we say, confidence, faith, vision, yes, together. And if so then say, how do you achieve? So, everybody so I feel that technology is the most key tool that the women should have today to empower themselves. And there is support our digital gender. Today, technology, we just imagine if it was so, yeah, gender reaction. I'm not talking just about if you have a professional knowledge, but also
works to carry out your day-to-day activities. So, what is technology? So, I have four reasons why I say that. Number one, accessibility, education. Number two, so when you say that, it's let me show you a data over here. If you look at it, I can see that and if you look at the gender there, more than half of the population, which is 31.5 so then is that huge number was the 60.5 that will girls but over the period of time, technology advancement and of course 2020 and accelerated the digital adoption because has been supported to make it everyone. So that moved technology was to make education accessible to every single child all the time. And that's why I say technology can power. If technology can be educated, children over there don't have to it also means that it can empower students. So I'm talking about we look at 360 degree education. So I'm coming with to create a learning opportunity. Again, with a mission education excellence. So that's called open learning operation system. AI so take you through a cute video that will help you to understand when I talk about an education connection, right? So let's watch this video. So I hope you enjoyed the video. So let's meet my buddy. Her name is Sophie, okay? There you go.
Hi, I'm Sophie. What should I call you?
Isha?
Nice to meet you, Aisha. How's it going? I'm gearing up for an unforgettable fall season. Do you know what the next plan is?
No. Like that?
Sometimes it's nice to have a bit of a look. And I can talk about women. Sophie, I learned from the West.
Could you technology and input?
Just in a moment. Delicious to see. Beautiful galleries. It's the capital of France and home to many famous attractions, including the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre Museum, Arc de Triomphe, Palace of Versailles, and Notre Dame Cathedral. Thus, it is also known for its fashion, nightlife, and culture.
Thank you, Sophie. Have you ever visited Paris? Alright. Thank you very much, Sophie. Have a good day and happy Wednesday.
You're very welcome. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Smiling face.
That's what I was talking about. How we now play major roles in our life, especially in the education system, with the children with determination or determination. Future of the body. Alright, I also want to show you how important we have a digital location. So this slide clearly explains when you have knowledge about how to handle the digital aspects of your life that give a lot of confidence. So this is so important for us to understand how technology can change speed any government sectors, everything and everything really works on technology. And the more you adopt the technology, the more you develop with the accelerating change of technology. And that's what I want to tell you. All right, so with that, I'm done with my presentation. Thank you once again for listening to me and love you and be good to me. And so remember, technology is not success. Take care. Bye bye. And once again.
Marika Vessels. Hi, next up we have Marika Vessels from Australia.
Next speaker is our next keynote speaker is Marika Vessels. I call upon Marika Vessels. She is a founder. Let's Go Code. Let me have a quick biography of Marika Vessels. Marika Vessels is the founder of Let's Go Code. She is a co-survivor to Thriver coach. Marika uses her 20 plus years of experience, research and intuition to support women who have been through abuse. After leaving South Africa, she moved to Australia with her family. She had the urge to leave her 16-year-old vulnerable inner child at the airport. The last 3 years, she invested in multiple personal development online courses and read many books to improve herself so that she can be her most authentic self and be a survival guide for other women who is still struggling to even look themselves in the mirror. She feels strongly that women should rediscover their authentic selves and have the confidence to set healthy boundaries in the relationship so that they can find long loving relationship without needing the validation of others to know their worth. Marika is also busy with her NLP and hypnotherapy course. Hello, Marika Vessel. Welcome. The stage is all yours. Please proceed. Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Marika. Please start your presentation. Hello, Marika. Hello.
Hi there.
Please unmute yourself.
Good day, everybody.
Marika,
Can you hear
Yeah,
yes.
me?
Happy Women's Day, Marika.
Thank you. I'm so sorry that you had to wait for me. But oh my goodness, I was rushing to get to this.
No
Happy
worries.
Women's Day, everyone. I am Marika Kosevaart, the survivor coach, and my message for today is, as a survivor of sexual abuse, I have been through a lot. I have always let people put labels on me, sticky notes about you're not good enough, you are not worthy, you are lying, you will never find a loyal husband and things. So my message for today for all of these wonderful women is that it's time. This is our year. It's 2020 me. Let's make it all about ourselves. Let's make it all about you. Um, it's time to rip off these sticky notes. I didn't even have time to put up all of these sticky notes. I want women to do it like get some sticky notes and then put up each the things that people said to you when you were a child, when you were an adult, when it was in your workspace that you weren't good enough or you were dumb or you were not enough. I want you to put it up all over your body. And then I want you to get the confidence and the courage to say, you know what? Enough is enough. I am done. I want to say, this is my time. And when you take off these labels, I want you to put on the back, I am courageous. I am brave. I am strong. And I've got this. Because for 30 years, it took me really 30 years to get the courage to actually leave my vulnerable 16-year-old version of me at the airport before moving to Australia. And that's when I decided, you know what, Marika, you're 30 years old and you're still feeling like a 16-year-old vulnerable girl that is always a people's pleaser, always saying, okay, I will do this and things like that. So it took me 3 years to get where I am, to set healthy boundaries, to say, you know what, enough is enough. I need these healthy boundaries. My inner peace matters. My mind matters. I need to take care of myself first so that I can take care of anyone, of everyone else. So yeah, this is my message, short and sweet. I always like to do it short and sweet because, yeah, I just want this women to know that we've been through so much. We can do anything we set our mind to. I mean, today is Women's Day. Why not? Why not take today and say, you know what? Let's celebrate ourselves. Let's celebrate us when we weren't feeling good enough, when we weren't even able to look ourselves in the mirror because I couldn't look myself in the mirror. It was for me so hard to look myself in the mirror. But then I start to ask myself every morning when I wake up. I followed Lisa Nichols' advice, and she said every morning when she wakes up, she stands in the mirror and then she says, Lisa, do you like yourself? And I said to myself, okay, I'm going to try this. Each morning I'm standing up and I was asking, Marika, do you like yourself? And I'm like, I don't know. And now I can't get enough of my mirror. When I look myself in the mirror and I ask myself, Marika, do you like yourself today? I'm not saying I like myself. I love myself. We as women can get we are survivors. We are going through things. We are moms. We are working in progress 24/7, and we've got all of these strength. And today, I want to encourage you to take a step into this year and put yourself first. Let's make it 2020 me. Put yourself first. Go out there, embrace your womanhood, and yes, let's go core because we all have the courage to grow, overcome our fears, take responsibility for our actions, and enjoy everything that comes our way. So let's go core. I hope that you're going to enjoy this conference, and I'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marika. That was great. More power to you. Next up, we have Elizabeth Conway joining us.
She is a founder and principal at IS Vision Institute of Metaphysics. Let me have quick biography of Elizabeth Conway. Elizabeth is a spiritual guide and counselor. She is an author and motivational speaker. She is a teacher, Reiki master, qualified counselor, and metaphysician. Over how many years of working with clients and students, she came to see she had a lot of offer by passing on information, knowledge, skills, and tools that ultimately empowered each student and client. She has developed her own counseling program called Meta Mind Training, training the brain to think what she calls multi-dimensionally, encouraging, empowering, and enlightening each client and student Elizabeth sees as not only her mission, but also her passion. She has a unique set of skills and experience that are a benefit to all who seek to have personal and professional growth. Hello, Elizabeth. The stage is all yours.
Elizabeth, you're on mute. Could you please unmute yourself?
Oh, thank you for that. I had no words. Thank you for having me on. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And I'm loving International Women's Day that you've organized for us all. And the power of the meta mind. Before I launch into that, let me just share with you all a little bit about me. I started my working life as a teacher, and intrinsically, I still feel myself as a teacher, but teaching adults rather than children now, because they're ready for the message, which I'm loving. At the age of 40, I went on a journey to find my spiritual connection, and it hasn't stopped. The journey hasn't stopped. And I realized that I was on that journey for all of my life, actually, as we all are. Today is International Women's Day, and it's a celebration of women. And it's really lovely to celebrate not only us as women, but remembering the women who went before us, the women who fought and won freedoms and rights for women that we all share and enjoy today. These women were all connected to their meta mind power. I'd like to share with you that that power is actually your superpower. Now, you'll come to realize that as I speak and tell you a little bit more about how and where that superpower resides within you. You have it, and not many people know how to access it. Primarily, the work that I do, at the core of it, is metaphysics. Some of you know what metaphysics is, some of you may not. In today's day and age, metaphysics is considered philosophy, but in centuries past, metaphysics was actually the first of the sciences. Aristotle, Socrates, Galileo, all were metaphysicians. Einstein was a metaphysician. Metaphysics, meta, is the Greek word meaning beyond. And what's beyond physics or the physical, but the mind and the spirit. So that's the area that I work in, the mind and the spirit. And what is the power of the meta mind? Some of you may have heard the quote, if you think you can, or if you think you can't, you're right. However, from the human mindset, I get it, but I don't think you really realize how powerful that quote is, how powerful your mind is. And the mind beyond your human mind is your higher self mind. That's where your genius resides. And we all have it. And very few people access it. And the reason why they don't access it is because there are some human blocks keeping us within the boundaries of you're only human. And the reality is you're far more than that. I'm a lover of quotes, so I'll throw in another quote. And the first time I heard it, I felt, yeah, I really get this. We are not human beings searching for a spiritual experience. We're spiritual beings immersed in a human experience. We're spiritual beings immersed in a human experience. In other words, we're super beings with superpowers, but we believe that we're not. We're like the caterpillar that doesn't know we're really the butterfly. The women who won the right for us to be able to vote, to be able to work where we choose to work, to be able to own property, to be able to choose how we want to live our lives and not be dictated to by others. These women all access the power of their meta mind. They were fearless. They didn't live into other people's expectations of them. They didn't have the capacity even to have false beliefs. They believed in themselves. They didn't believe the rhetoric that others said, you can't do this or you can't do that. They said, why not? And they didn't leave it to other people to make the changes that they wished to have within their lives. They didn't stick to the fact that they were only human, only capable of being small. They knew that possibilities were endless to them. So what are the blocks that keep us from connecting with our superpowers? Firstly, it's fear. Now, fear is on some level a human condition. It's our safety mechanism. However, fear has developed into psychological and emotional fears. So when you learn to become fearless, and let me state it in a different way, fearless, you have more opportunities to open your mind to your higher self-mind. The next thing that blocks us, to keep us in our box, to keep us from ever expanding, is expectations. Everyone has expectations, and we have expectations of ourselves and others. But it's not the expectations, it's the unfulfilled expectation. When you have an expectation of yourself and it doesn't come to fruition, what happens? We beat ourselves up. We make ourselves wrong and bad. But what if there were no expectations? Outrageous thought, isn't it? What if instead of expectations, you were open to possibilities? Instead of putting the blinkers of expectations on that keeps you within boundaries, open yourself up to what's possible. The universe then delivers things that are way beyond your wildest dreams. I know because I've experienced it myself. The other thing that keeps us in the box is belief systems. Belief systems and truths are two different things. You can have belief systems, that's fine. But it's the false belief systems that keeps us from accessing our higher self-mind. For instance, I'm not good enough. The things that other people have said, as said with the previous speaker, you can't do this, or that's not possible. Then you start to believe it. You take on other people's belief systems and you never actually check if that belief system is true. I'm not good enough. Let me tell you, you're more than good enough. You're way beyond good enough. You're amazing. The only thing is, you believe you're only human. And in the only human, oh well, I make mistakes. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're a mistake. I failed at something. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're a failure. And unfortunately, that rhetoric becomes your internal language, your automatic program, your subconscious programming. It's the only way to break the programming is to actually reflect on what's true. When you really accept and know that you are this wonderful, powerful super being that's capable of anything your heart desires, then you will stop believing in a falsehood and actually face the truth. The final thing to overcome is your own ego. I say a balloon, whether it's inflated or deflated, is still ego. Most people think, oh, I don't have ego, I'm not egotistic. That's great. One of the things that floored me when I realized that I actually had ego was, and I'll explain it this way, a balloon, whether it's inflated or deflated, is still a balloon. So an ego that's inflated or deflated is still an ego. So when you say, I'm not good enough, or I can't, the power of your meta mind lives into that. The power that you have within you powers either the I can't or the I can. And it's not about saying I can from an unconscious belief that the ego self says, yeah, sure, I don't believe that. But from a place of knowing, well, hang on, yes, I am a spiritual being. I've believed in a falsehood for so long. It's time to switch on the on button and say the truth of who you are. From that place, you start to begin to access your superpowers. Today of all days, I also encourage you all to start recognizing the power of you. You can either power your negativity or you can power the truth. So I want you to know that you are a child of the universe. You have royal lineage. You have royal heritage. What would it be like if you lived into that? What would your life be like if you lived into it? There are many, many women who went before us, who have won us great freedoms and rights. The final challenge for each of us is to overcome our human self. You can do it, I know you can. And I look forward to you overcoming your fears, coming to understand what they're there for, not to be fearful of them, but to learn from them, to learn and grow and evolve, to be open to possibilities, whatever the universe provides. And it provides wondrous things for you as it has for me. Know that you are in the human experience. Embrace that. But don't forget you're embracing it from a place of the spiritual, unique person that you are. And don't believe in falsehoods. Believe in the truth of who you are. Have self-belief, self-love. Love yourself unconditionally, regardless of whether you make a mistake, things don't work out. Everyone does in the human condition. Love and care for yourself. You are worthy. You are of value. And in this day, may this be the first day of your superpower accessing. So thank you for listening. It's been an honor to speak here, and more power to you all.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Can we have a round of applause for Elizabeth, please?
Thank you very much.
All right. Do we have any questions? We'll just hold on for a moment. Do we have questions for Elizabeth? Anybody from the audiences?
I was so succinct that they've got a clear understanding of how to access their superpowers.
Okay. Elizabeth, we have a question here. It says, how meta mindset, the process that allows individuals, groups, organizations, and institutions to approach challenges, opportunities, and problems.
Well, the whole point of the power of the meta mind is actually to powering self-awareness, self-focus, and then once each person, those in organizations in particular, if the head of the organization is open, quite often they are in access to their genius on some level, but on the human level, not on a level where they are connected with their higher self-mind. The higher self-mind is in a space of connection and love with all of humanity. So it's really beyond just what I can get out of something. It's about what I can give, because I'm already, my cup is already full, and what's overflowing I give to others. Of corporations, I work with a lot of business women who are connected spiritually, and I actually have monthly group mentoring sessions with them, how their metaphysical, spiritual powers can actually help them be successful in business.
Got it. That'll be it. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Next up, we have Amy Sinton joining us now.
She is personal light.
Hello, hi to everybody.
Hello.
Hi, Amy.
Hello, Amy. Happy Women's Day, Amy.
How are you all doing? Happy Women's Day to all the ladies out there.
Thank you. Let me have a quick biography. Amy Sinton is a life and business coach and has been doing this. I studied management and leadership at Harvard Business School and coach Wise Academy as an advanced coach. She is coach individuals as well as corpora ONS and ORS business training as well. Please, the stage is all yours, Amy.
You can take over now, Amy.
Hello, Amy.
Can you hear us, Amy?
I feel honored to speak on women on
Amy, your connection is very poor. Your voice is cutting out. Also, your video is froze. Could you please check your connection? We'll just wait for a moment for Amy to join back with us. Hi, Amy. We still can't hear you. Please check. I see you're on mute. Could you unmute yourself? You're on mute, Amy.
Okay, I've unmuted. Thank you.
Perfect.
Wonderful. Yeah, I was saying it's such an honor to be able to speak on such an important topic as women's health, women's empowerment on Women's Day. I'm speaking with you from India right now because I came here for an award ceremony. So I apologize for the background music, but it's a Holi festival here today. So everybody is celebrating. So a lot of festivities going on today. So the main things that I would like to say is that working as a coach with people, speaking from my personal experience, also as a woman, as a mother, I would say that so many women unfortunately neglect their health and they're unaware of what their mindset is and how it's influencing their roles in their daily lives and in their professional lives. Because health is one of the most important things. Everybody says health is wealth, and ultimately it's the foundation of how we can function on a daily basis. And I feel that it's so important for women to be empowered, to be able to take care of themselves, to avoid constant neglecting of their own personal needs. When I speak with women, I often hear that they feel they cannot go in for a doctor's checkup because they have other things that they need to attend to. They have families, they have work. The thing that I would like for women to ask themselves is, how do they think about themselves? What is their priority in their life? Because in my opinion, it is very important for women to understand that they are very important. They should have self-love. And when they have self-love, then they can have self-care. And they will go to their doctor's appointments more often. There's also a mindset that, well, okay, even if they do get to the point of caring for themselves and going to a doctor's appointment, they do have a job to take. Women
Amy, hi, Amy, sorry.
Get to a certain role and they don't know stigma. Yes.
Your voice is still breaking.
Hello.
There's static. The connection isn't clear, Amy. Could you talk now?
Yes, I'm hoping that you can hear me now.
Yes, it's better now. Please carry on.
Okay, as I was saying, unfortunately, many women have to fight very hard in order to get to where they want to be professionally. And oftentimes they will feel that if they are going to take time off from their work to take care of their health, or if they're women that are staying home with children, they feel that if they do take care of their own health, what are people going to think of them? Why are they taking time off? I think that there is this stereotype of women that they have to be putting others first sometimes. And I think this is not a very healthy mindset for people to have. You know, everybody is important, and just taking the time to take care of yourself, of your health, could mean that you will do better in your role ultimately, that you will be there to be in your role also. You know, if you don't take care of your health, this is one of the main foundations of how you can get to your work, how you can take care of your family. It is very important to take care of this, to take care of yourself, to treat yourself seriously. And getting over all of these obstacles in people's minds of, you know, okay, first of all, what is the issue? And being aware of certain things that need to be dealt with. That's number one, I would say. And once people are aware, then they need to think, okay, so what do they need to do? They need to make some kind of a plan, and they need to coordinate it usually with their daily schedules, with everything that they need to do. And women often, I would suggest to seek support wherever possible. Some are very fortunate to have it. If you have it, I would suggest, you know, reaching out to people and asking. Don't think that you're worse if you're asking for support. I believe that strong people ask for support, and I feel that it's very upsetting that some women do not have the such as maybe be some government institutions that can help you with this. But it is super, super important at the time to take care of their health, and just remember, take as you need. If you're only going to take half the to get back and the pressure and everything, I do understand, yes, some women really do need to focus on some things in their roles at their work, and if they don't, then ultimately they might be able to lose their jobs. But in other cases, just take the time, set things in your schedule, push things for later, and do it. You know, when I was having my second child, I actually had some health issues that needed to have me take care of. And I had a newborn baby, and I felt a lot of pressure that, you know, I don't know what to do because my health was in dire condition, but I wanted to take care as best as possible of my baby girl. And so I did as much as I could for the first few weeks. And I fed my child and took care of her on a daily basis. And then I asked for somebody to help me because ultimately I needed to go into surgery and I needed to take the time to recover. And I couldn't pick her up for a few weeks, which was very difficult for me. But I understood that in order for me to be a good mom, for me to be happy in my life, for me to be healthy, and for everybody to have benefit from this, especially my children, I have to take care of my health. And it's not okay to neglect this. And I did recover, and I felt so much better afterwards. And it was difficult not being able to do some things for some time. I really do feel that setting that as a priority then was the right decision. And I wish to empower other women to take care of their health also. You know, I hear of people that say, you know, a woman must be strong. A woman, needs to tough things out. I think that everybody has their boundaries. Everybody has their limits. And yes, women are strong, men are strong. I think all genders are strong, but knowing where to set your boundaries, where to say, actually something is not okay. Learning to say no is very, very important. And being able to do so for yourself, for your role, and for your better future is of key importance. Being able to say no to certain things in order to even just take some time to care for yourself, to rest, even if somebody is not experiencing immense, very extreme health situations in their life, it is very important for them to just understand, okay, sometimes I need to rest, sometimes I need to relax. That also adds to how people's health is going to go. And it really does affect their careers and their lives. I was actually speaking with a fellow coach recently, and we were talking about, exhaustion and everything. And my peer told me, sometimes I've learned that it's important just to take, I don't know, even 3-4 hours or 2-3 days to relax if need be, if you're feeling worse. Obviously, the week if possible, or if you need to, don't meet up with your friends sometimes after work. Spend that time to care for yourself, to go to do something, regenerate you, and you have the power to do everything that you really need to be much more motivated to do what you do. Motivation also goes down. We can give so much from ourselves to enjoy giving good quality in each of our roles from ourselves. And we do take pride in how well we can implement certain things, how well we can execute certain things. And in order for it to be so, it is just very important to have this mindset of I am important also. I am also a priority. Of course, each of our roles is very important, very special, and we don't want to lose these roles. We don't want to neglect them. They are also very important priorities. But as I've said, all of this is intertwined. All of this affects one the other, and it's the foundation for which you can do things on a daily basis. And if you do not take care of the health and everything that needs to be done, there is not some kind of a magical way that everything will keep going if you don't have the strength to take care of that. I found that many women that are mothers will have Band-Aids and hand sanitizer in the handbags. They will be the first to help others, but why do they not do the same for themselves? I think practicing self-love is so important. And this does not mean a narcissistic way of thinking and behaving. It's not a disorder that I'm talking about. I'm speaking of loving yourself and caring for yourself the same way that you care for others. This is very, very important because we have this innate ability, this natural capacity and capability to help others in our organizations, in our teams, in our families, our friends, and treating ourselves with the same respect, with the same care, with the same love will bring an amazing fruit in our life. We'll become our best selves. We will be able to care for others much better. And we'll become much better CEOs, executives, employees, whatever role we're in. We will become better once we take care of our health. I think that taking time also to practice self-awareness is very important because we women can get very busy, and I think that we enjoy being very busy. We enjoy giving. We enjoy being helpful to others. And we thrive when we are busy, doing things in our daily lives and in our professional lives. But taking time to practice mindfulness, to practice self-awareness, to know what is going on in our lives, what is going on, how do we feel? What do we need? I'm sure that every woman stuff
Amy, we lost you again there.
Unfortunately, and pressing our health not an idea in the long run. It's aware of yourself. Sorry. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now. We just lost you for a couple of seconds. Please continue. Sorry.
Hope you received feedback, but I was saying that my
We will wait for a couple of seconds, see if Amy joins back. I think she has got network issues. Let's just wait. Okay, I think we can proceed. Next up, we have Dr. Marian Gibbon.
Hello.
Hey.
Do you want me to switch to the other channel, or is it fine to do so from here?
This is good. This is good. We can continue here.
Okay.
right.
Happy Women's Day, Marian.
Thank you very much. I would like to share screen. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, sure.
Before that, Marian, you can share the screen, and my colleague here will give a brief introduction about you. All right.
Yes, that's lovely. Yep, certainly.
Perfect.
She is a consultant in public health and feminine leadership coach. She is also an author, an artist, and a teacher. As a coach, Marian encouraged her clients to understand their own creativity and compassion. She supports them in becoming their whole authentic self, relying on their center, improving connection, collaboration, and seeing themselves as a part of community. She is the author of the book Feminine Face of Embodied Leadership.
hello.
Which focus on how we can become more embodied in our leadership and explore 13 qualities through interviewing amazing women leaders. She received her professional coach certification from the Institute of Leadership and Management. Marian, the stage is all yours.
Thank you
All the
very
best.
much. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a bit about how I've look at leadership, and it is a potential for us all to blossom into a position of leadership. And so the work that I did in terms of developing the model for leadership came from doing some interviews with 20 amazing women across the globe. They came, some were from South Africa, India, Sri Lanka, Nepal. So it was a really intriguing piece of work, and that research work that I did that over the course of a year, in addition to my work as a consultant in public health. So the things that I want to focus on for this time that we have together is about capacity, something to do with structures, how we can be coherent, to talk about creation, co-creation in our lives, and how we are the authors of our own lives. So those are the aspects. And what I want to do is to share with you some ways that you can actually, some tools for doing this for yourselves. So that it wasn't 30 leadership qualities, it's 13. And this, so I'm just looking at one element. And those 13 chapters were structured into being, aligning, and becoming. And being is all about ensuring that you care for yourself before you care for others. So some of the things that Amy was also talking about, making sure you take care of your health. And so I want to be able to ensure that you have some of the tools in terms of how do you become this person that is a good leader. And I see leadership as different from many. We are in new times now. And these new times need a new form of leadership. And you begin to see that leadership in the likes of Jacinta Ardern. Those are compassionate leaders. They're not leading in an autocratic fashion. They're leading in a fashion, in a modality that takes care of others, that's concerned, that has compassion for each other. And so I really think it's important that we are able to look at how we can ask for help. And sometimes our mistake is that we don't think that we can ask for help. Asking for help is something that shows they're weak. But actually that's not the case. Showing that you need help sometimes is actually a key to happiness and success. And if you think of David Whyte had a lot to say about help, and he said help is strangely something we want to do without, as if the very idea disturbs us and blurs the boundaries. It's as if we cannot find how much we need to go on. So it's intrinsic to us. We need to be able to interrelate with each other and connect with each other. And if we are not able to ask for help and receive, we cannot give back, because otherwise we'll deplete ourselves and burn out. And so this whole aspect of being able to give, embracing an attitude of asking for help is really key in order to be able to give to others. So I wanted to ask some questions of you, and what is it about this attitude of asking for help? How do you feel yourself about asking for help? And how do you feel about receiving it? And who do you ask for help? And what are the times when you don't ask for help when you need to? And I think it's quite crucial to be curious and set yourself questions. And it may be that after today that you can use some of the questions that I pose within this presentation to you to think for yourselves about help and what is your attitude to asking for it. And it will really, really benefit you. The second aspect is looking at consideration of capacity. What is your capacity for all the things that you're trying to do? And where does your capacity come from? And this is about making sure that we are conscious and self-aware. Are we able to be conscious and self-aware at all times, or is it just in certain situations? And we are talking about how we develop ourselves and in terms of our capacity for being able to give and receive as well. So one of the things that I find quite helpful in doing this is something that is called metacognitive drawing. And metacognitive drawing draws on your intuition. So it's like putting a pen in your hand and just letting it wander across the page. And by doing that, not trying to direct it, just allowing it to be. And you'll be very interested to see what happens as a result of this. If you just close your eyes and you draw a response to a question that you pose for yourself, this enables you to draw on a different part of your brain, or it actually enables you to take something that might be right down inside you, right in your gut, that you know is there kind of intuitively, but you haven't allowed it to express itself. So this metacognitive drawing process enables you to get more information from a different source that you might kind of be slightly, there's a little thing that's niggling at you, but you don't quite know what it is, and it allows it to come into being, to blossom. So, and then you can look at once you've completed the drawing, and if you just take about 2 minutes or so to do that process, you can then look at what you see in that and see, and just be with it and take the time and find out what it's wanting to tell you. So ask the drawing the questions. What is it that you're wanting to say to me this day? What is going to be helpful to me that you're trying to share with me? And I find this process really helpful, and it's something that I do on a daily basis, and it enables you to get those ideas. It might be a spark of an idea that becomes something else. And that process is something that you can utilize whenever. It could be first thing in the morning, or if you're wanting to, you're stuck on something within your work, or it may be something that you want to reflect on. And once you've asked the questions of the drawing, you might find that there's some words that arise as well. So what are the words that want to arise out of this process? And you can jot those down. And then as you look at that drawing and with the words upon it, it can then help you to utilize that in your planning of your, if it's at the beginning of the day, it can be through your planning of your day, or it might be that something you go back to after a few weeks and that you suddenly realize that actually that information that came from that drawing is now really useful to you in what you're doing currently. And so that you can bridge between your intuition and what's within you and what's coming out into the world. Something that we get really stuck in is some of the structures that we have in our lives. And those can be things that are beliefs, And those can come about from the way you're brought up, the traditions that you were brought up in, some of the customs that you have, your patterns of being in the world. They may be keeping you stuck and within a box, and your thinking is being contained. And so you can't see the different perspective. You're not able to see the wider view. So those structures it can be quite helpful to consider, what are those structures in my life? What are the beliefs and traditions that are holding me back? Are there any customs or things that I do on a daily basis that are no longer helpful to me? And you may want to explore those thoughts through different processes. I've suggested one in terms of the metacognitive drawing, but it may be that you want to move and look at those structures through a movement process, that you might actually get up, put on a piece of music and ask those questions and then move the answers to them. And then it's quite helpful to kind of sit and look at, have a journal beside you and jot down those, what's arising out of those explorations, those things to do with being curious about what's going on in your life. Because then you can start to bring things that are kind of hidden beneath the surface into your life. So it's a bit like Johari's window, where you see those 4 different windows, where you have what you know and what you are aware of. And then there's the blind part that you can only get to know with exploring more and more, so that you remove that not known area that you don't know about completely through these self-development and explorations, so that you can get to know yourself better and better, and are then able to change the parts and look at strategies that you might utilize to become more of who you want to be, to enable yourself to blossom into your fullness. I'm going to share a poem with you. If you watch a caterpillar, you might catch the moment when the crawling stops. Delicate membranes attached to a twig. Old skin is shed, pupal skin hardens. The caterpillar chooses the food the butterfly will need, chooses the exact space to later spread its wings. Without the space, the wings would never fly. Essential chrysalis, a twilight zone of a precarious world between past and future. So what this looking at structures is doing is enabling you to become, through knowing yourself. And the explorations that I'm sharing with you will help you to become and blossom more and more into who you are and what you're doing in this world. So what we're beginning to talk about is the sense of coherency or alignment, and it's looking at, who am I being out in the world, and is it really in line or consistent with whom I experience myself to be on the inside? And the more you can get those two, your inner being and your outer being, into alignment, the more you'll find that you're able to become exactly who you want to be, and you can share the power that you have within you with others, and they can see you and you begin to shine. So this is another question that you can explore and be curious about. And it may be that you want to do a piece of collage work. I know that in my journal, I have some large journals that I use from time to time, like instead of just using an A4 notebook, I'll go A3 or A2. And I think just about every woman likes to have magazines at times. And if you just go rustle through those magazines and pick pictures out that's call to you, and then you can either tear them or cut them out and arrange them on the page. And you might want to use some nice glitter on it, or felt tip pens, Sharpies, or whatever it is that you feel you want to. And that you can do an exploration using that way of looking at collaging, and that can be really helpful. And I just leave that with you, and it may be that's another thing that you could do to explore these difficult questions that are going to enable you to get to know yourself, so that you can then blossom. And you can use these, if as a coach, you can use them with your clients, and I find them to be very helpful. And it's very interesting what comes through from these different explorations. So one of the things that I'd like to think about with you is about co-creation. A lot of people just walk through their lives and don't really think about what ends up happening in their life, and they think they don't have anything to do with it. But actually, if you're focused on, and you have a sense of purpose and knowledge about what you want to do in the world and what you want to share with others, you start to co-create, and your consciousness enables those things that are important to you to start to come into being. So these questions and explorations and being curious about what's going on will enable you to co-create your life in a way that's going to be exciting and bring about the best things for you. So the final part that this comes to is this whole sense of co-creation enables you to get to the point that where you realize that you are the author of your story, that you are the one who is telling that story. You know where you are in your journey. But other people end up having their life story narrated by others. They do what they think they should do to please their parents, or to please their partner, or something that's happened in their childhood. They keep on having it in their backpack. They don't want to put it down. Their backpack gets heavier and heavier and heavier and heavier until you can't go any further. So what do we do with that backpack? We want to make sure that we lighten our load so that our journey becomes one of delight and joy. And instead of listening to what other people are saying, we listen to ourselves. And so these little kind of explorations and being curious and are really quite key in terms of knowing ourselves better so that we can then shine our light out in the world and enable others to learn these kinds of processes for themselves, so that we're not telling people how to do things, we're facilitating them in a process of finding things out that they already know, they're there inside them, but they just need to blossom and become apparent in the world. And that's one of the things that I love about coaching, is that have somebody come to you and they feel quite stuck, or they can't see the wood from the trees. And this process of sharing tools and things with them enables them to start to understand that there's so much more that they can do, that they can have that passion and joy in what they're doing. So this whole aspect of having questions that you ask yourself, that you journal about, you write about, for yourself is important, but also to share with with your clients too. And I utilize some of these processes both, yes, for myself and for those that I'm working with. But there are times as well that we know that when we're working with someone that things get tricky, and then you want to make sure that you're having supervision on a regular basis. And then you'll find your supervisor will also be asking you questions and getting you to reflect on different processes, utilize different ways of looking at things, which will then enable you to grow in your coaching, grow in your leadership. Because if you're able to explore with those that are in your team in these ways, they will become the best possible versions of themselves too. So I'm going to leave you with a thought. What is the word or phrase that expresses how you are now? What are you going to take forward into your next step? So leaving you with a question, and I hope that you might have some questions for me. Thank you.
That was beautiful. Thank you so much, Dr. Gibbon. We do have a question from Lisa. She says, what motivated you to step up and become a leader in the organization? What factors impact a woman's ability to lead others? If you could answer this, please.
Yes, certainly. The organization within which I work, I am an assistant director of public health, which is a fairly senior position. And so I suppose that coming with so I kind of ended up in a leadership position through the role that I was doing. And you know, one of the things that I found when I was talking to women about leadership is that many times they don't see themselves as leaders, and yet what they're doing within their lives is very much leadership. So it's a really interesting a question to focus on for yourself, because I was talking to a lecturer who and she said to me, I just don't see myself as a leader. And I said, but you're doing things for Athena Swan, which is very much about women's leadership and enabling women to become leaders. And she said, I know, but I kind of get the impression that I don't quite know what I'm doing. Is somebody going to find me out? And I think that's one of the things about women. They don't necessarily perceive themselves in that role that actually others have asked, looking at them, and the modeling that you're undertaking is so crucial to those that are following you. And if we can be kind and compassionate within that whole approach that we undertake, we know that our teams are going to become able to be the best. My team at work is definitely the best in public health. They're a really great bunch. They always go above and beyond. And I'm sure that's because we have time with each other and we share with each other. And I only have one young gentleman in my team. The rest are women, and he's a very thoughtful young man as well. So it's an interesting question, and I'm glad that you asked, because I think every woman has the opportunity to be a leader. We are leaders in our homes because we care for our families, and we undertake those compassionate responsibilities to the best of our ability.
Excellent. Do we have any other questions for Dr. Gibbon? All right. I think that'll be all. Can we have a round of applause for Dr. Gibbon, please? Thank you so much. And we will move on to our next speaker. Actually, it'll be Amy. Do we have Amy online?
Hi. Yes, I'm here with you.
Hi, Amy. Is your network fine now? Can we proceed?
Apologies for the lack of good internet here. Fortunately, the internet is working now, I hope. If I could just finish off what I was I'll try to keep it sweet and short. As I was saying, almost all to do things, to buy things, exactly what they need to do for other need, what their coworkers need, what their employers need, what their partners need. They know what they need to buy. So they know most of the things that are going on outside of themselves, but many of them don't take the time to practice mindfulness and self-awareness to think what they actually need. What are their needs? What is going to make them better in each of their roles? What is going to make them empowered and healthy? And many women neglect this, unfortunately. And I would really like to use this platform to tell women, please take the time. Think about what you're feeling. How are you feeling and why? What is important for you in terms of your health? What do you need to do to make sure that your health is, at top state, that you're feeling good, that you have energy to take care of others and yourself, and have a think about, are you sometimes neglecting some things because you don't love yourself as much as you love others? And I think this is the key here. As I've said, ladies, take care of yourselves, love yourselves and respect yourselves just as you do for others. I know it's a little bit unnatural sometimes, but I promise that if you practice this and if you try to do this consciously, then it will become a second nature to you, basically, after some time. So as I'm saying, ladies, you need to take care of yourself. You will be a better self for others, for yourself then, and practice this mindset of thank you. Are there any questions that anybody would like to ask?
Yes. Hi, Amy. I do have a question from Jane. She says, what causes a pragmatic language disorder? Amy, are you here?
Which kind? Sorry.
Do you want me to repeat the question? Can you hear me, Amy? You're on mute, Amy.
One last shot at answering the question.
No problem.
Should be unmuted.
Yes. We can hear you now.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question Jane has for you is, what causes a pragmatic language disorder?
This is unfortunately not something that I'm a specialist in, so I will not say. I think that somebody with psychology or psychiatry degree could answer this for you.
All
So
right.
I'm not going to tell you because are there any more questions?
Sure. There is one more. This says, what do you think organizations can do to support and encourage more women to take on leadership roles?
Okay, so first of all, I think that in order for organizations to support women leaders, it's basic first thing is to give them more opportunities, to be open to having them in these kind of leadership roles, and to give them proper training for these roles, to give them support when necessary. I believe that women are excellent leaders, as are men. I think that all of the genders add something very important, something very valuable from themselves to organizations, and just giving women the opportunity, equal opportunity to be able to do the same, and also to give them longer time in order to be able to do so. So when women get to a certain age, men retire earlier than men, and men will go on to roles. And I think that allow age that have experience, that have the knowledge that it's to just give them the chance to pursue their age. I think that and have more experience, they offer much more value to organizations, and just giving women a chance to do so is very important.
Perfect. All right. Do we have any more questions for Amy? Okay. I don't think there are any more questions. All right. So thank you so much for joining us today, Amy.
Thank you kindly.
Let's have a round of applause for Amy.
Thank you.
We'll see you in New York then.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Sure.
Yes, see you. All the best to you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Good day. Bye. Okay, so moving forward, our next speaker would be Divya Mehta. We have Divya Mehta. All right, let's break for a quick 10 minutes. We'll be right here. We'll meet up in 10 minutes after a quick coffee break. Thank you. Hi, thank you all for staying connected. So next up we have Ms. Divya Mehta.
Let me have a quick biography. She is a transformational coach. She is author of ebook Guide to Happy and Joyful Life, Key to Life of Fulfillment, and has recently co-authored author book Celebrating Relationships, which she has written with the 14 other authors, and she is a bestseller on Amazon. She helps professionals become happy, achieve their true potential, and at the same time maintain healthy work-life balance. Prior to becoming a coach, she has worked in the travel industry for nearly 2 decades. Her qualifications include Bachelor of Arts degree in Political Science, postgraduate diploma in Travel and Tourism Management, and she is also a CCE certified Incredible Coach training program licensed by International Coach Federations. Uh, Hello, Divya Mehta. The stage is all yours, and happy Women's Day.
Yeah, hi, thank you so much, and happy Women's Day to all the lovely women here in the conference.
Hi, Divya.
Yeah, hi.
I think you're on mute. Could you please
Oh, I'm sorry. No, is it fine now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Are you able to hear me now? Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, I think you can hear me now, right? Like I received a message in the chat saying that, yeah. Okay, thanks, Vinny. Okay, so I'll start, and sorry about the background music, because as Emmy also said, it is festival Holi over here in India, so so a lot of celebrations going on. So so that's why this background music that maybe you can hear, right? So my topic today is women empowerment through work-life balance. So I would also like to share the screen, but the thing is that my internet connection is a bit unstable, so I don't know if I would be sharing it. I'll just try if I can share it. Just give me a moment. But I'm not able to share the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
One sec. I think it's loading now.
Okay. Okay.
Let me just confirm this to you.
Sure, sure.
Perfect. You can continue now, Divya. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So, good morning and good afternoon. I mean, whatever time zone you are in. So, my topic, as you can see on the screen, is women empowerment through work-life balance. So, what is work-life balance? If we look at the definition, work-life balance is a state of equilibrium where one chooses to equally prioritize between demands of career or work and demands of home or personal life, and create harmony between the two. So this might be the traditional definition of work-life balance, but work-life balance might mean different things to different people. So Like, I mean, this is, and the examples of work-life balance can be meeting deadlines at work and still having enough time for your friends, family, and yourself. So women account for 50% of the total population and could be great contributors to the economy of a nation. However, creating an enabling mechanism for them to have work-life balance becomes a prerequisite for them to operate in the world of work. This can be made possible if there are more women in the leadership or higher positions, and also if women have partners who are willing to share family responsibilities, and at the same time, men should be respected for doing household chores and contributing inside the home. So some of the factors which affect work-life balance are excessive workload, hostile work environment, long working hours, time pressure, and stringent rules of the companies or organizations. So the question arises, how to maintain this work-life balance? So some of the measures can be flexible working hours and work from home for women on some days of the week. Sorry, I think I should. Yeah, on some days of the week. And there should also be daycare centers could be provided near and around office premises. According to a study, 80% of the US workforce finds flexible work schedules very, or rather extremely important. 58% rate work-life balance as the number one goal, and flexibility is the single most important part of the balance for them. I remember one of my cousins once telling me that one of the female employees once told him that she was still working in that organization because of him, as when he was promoted, he encouraged flexible hours and work from home on some days of the week, as long as the work was done on time. This woman had numerous responsibilities at home, and her husband was too busy to share the household responsibilities. And besides that, she also had a special child. Had she been coming to office every day in normal working hours, say from 9 to 5 or 9 to 6, she would not have been able to take care of her child and other home responsibilities. And secondly, managers should be encouraged to focus more on productivity than on number of hours spent in the office. If someone's productivity is high, then the number of hours spent in the office should not matter. And the next point is companies or organizations should have break-friendly culture. That is, it should encourage employees to take breaks in between work. Managers should lead by example and can also discuss benefits of taking breaks with their team members. Workload should be reviewed regularly. Managers should know who is busy and stressed and who has bandwidth to do more. Men should be allowed paternity leave to give support to mother of a newborn. And the next point can be companies or organizations should have designated parking space for female pregnant employees so that they do not have to keep going around the whole place searching for the parking space in that condition. And next measure can be government should have legislation in place which supports the cause of women. There should be legislation ensuring that there is no discrimination or prejudicial dismissal of pregnant women or women who are mothers of young children. Partners, spouses should support in caregiving responsibilities at home and in doing household chores. And it should be noted that the amount of time spent by women in housework and childcare is unpaid for. It is important for the spouses to contribute to housework and childcare so that a woman can spend more time in paid jobs. The guaranteed right to return to work in an equivalent position post-maternity is essential to give permanence and progression in paid work. A survey by ILO of 148 countries showed that only 38 countries have legal guarantees for women's rights to get back to work on the same or equivalent post. The unpaid housework and care responsibilities deepen the gender inequality in labor's market. Workers with Family Responsibility Convention 1981 has made the following recommendations. There should be social care, home care, and child care services by qualified personnel to enable women to focus on their careers without having to neglect their caregiving responsibilities. Such as in some countries, there are professionals who take care of the overall grooming of the child on weekdays for working women, and that relieves her of that responsibility, thus giving her more time to concentrate on her work or professional responsibilities and commitments. And next is there should be family-friendly working time and work organizations. There should also be community service and infrastructure to reduce unpaid work, such as proper transport system, labor-saving layout, etc. And the next recommendation was there should be information and education aimed at sharing family responsibilities. And the next measure is health cash plans should also be part of perks so that women have reassurance that they or their family and children are protected if somebody falls ill. Although we know that some companies or organizations like Google, Facebook, and some more already have flexi working hours, working from home for women on some days of the week, and paternity leave, and some women are able to continue working because of this only. But it is not applicable in all organizations all over the world, and lot many times women have to make choice between work and family. As put by American journalist Nora Ephron while addressing the issue of women having both career and family. I quote, "It'll be a little messy, but embrace the mess. It'll be complicated, but rejoice in the complications. It'll not be anything like what you think it'll be like, but surprises are good for you. And don't be frightened. You can always change your mind. I know I've had 4 careers and 3 husbands," unquote. As per a survey done by a company, 63% respondents out of 4,000 stated that they would prefer better work-life balance over pay, and only 31% would choose better pay over work-life balance. In fact, there is another viewpoint which says that pursuing and balancing both professional and personal life is an attainable goal, but to a point. Women should aim for the sky, but keep in mind that we all have real limits and we can't do it all. No one can have 2 full-time jobs. One view says that work-life balance is a myth, as work is part of life. Rather, we should have work-life awareness or just life awareness. Life awareness helps us to set realistic expectations and create healthy boundaries. The fact remains that no one can work all the time, and it will lead to burnout or stress. And you might fall ill physically or mentally. And if you're not able to fulfill your other responsibilities like taking care of family and children, and if children fall ill or if they do not do well in their life, then also you'll be affected. Now, whether you call it work-life balance or you call it work-life awareness, it doesn't really matter. And another point I would like to make is, although technology has made our life easy, but it has also extended the workday as everything is online now. A survey conducted in 2012 of employed adults revealed that 80% continued working even after leaving the office. 38% checked email at dinner time. 69% could not sleep without checking their inbox. So there comes the need for work-life balance. Women feel more guilty than men if they are not able to give enough time to their families. This shows that we as women need to learn guilt management also, besides time management. I would now like to narrate the story of Arundhati Bhattacharya, chairperson of largest state-run bank in India, who is the epitome of work-life balance. She grew up in small towns of Bhilai and Bokaro in India and rose to become the first woman to lead State Bank of India, SBI. She had a daughter with learning disabilities and bedridden mother-in-law to take care of, and many other family responsibilities along with a full-time transferable job at the bank. Each time she was transferred, she was worried whether she would be able to find the right school for her daughter at the new place. Although her husband was her anchor and came to her aid whenever she was in distress, and she also received constant encouragement and support from her family, still many times she thought of quitting her career to cater to her family needs, but she never gave up. She inspired many women through her life to achieve greater heights in their professional life and was true to the meaning of her name, which means one who is unstoppable. According to a survey done by Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in 2020, people in Italy have the best work-life balance, with only 3% of people working more than 50 hours a week. Denmark, Norway, Spain, and Netherlands are also ranked highly, and even France, Switzerland, and Germany. USA comes way down as more than 10th of people have long working hours. This survey was based on the length of working hours and time for leisure and personal care. And there's a concept called elements of work-life balance. And this has been given by Jeff Davidson, who is an author and also work-life balance expert. There are 6 elements of work-life balance. The first being self-management, that is taking care of your personal needs like eating, sleeping, exercising, etc. And the next being time management. Davidson suggests setting goals or outcomes, learning how to prioritize your tasks, distinguishing between urgent and important tasks. And the next being stress management. Distractions at the workplace cause stress, which can lead to lack of or low productivity. Finding a way to adapt to an environment that is full of distractions or to eliminate as many distractions as possible, such as turning off your mobile, closing your email, etc., and also avoiding multitasking. The next being managing change, ensuring that the volume of change or frequent changes at the workplace or in your personal life do not overwhelm you. And next being managing technology. Technology should make our life easier and not complicated. So you should opt for apps and software that are user friendly. And next being managing leisure time. Taking time off or vacation time is an important element of achieving work-life balance. Besides that, be sure to spend your leisure time doing activities that you love doing to avoid monotony. So what exactly Jeff Davidson is saying that by getting enough sleep, waking up early, exercising regularly, planning your day, eliminating distractions, taking breaks, and setting goals, you can achieve more in less time and focus on what's truly important. So I would like to conclude by saying that career is only one aspect of women's life. As someone said, don't confuse having a career with having a life. Striking a work-life balance is absolutely imperative for a woman to give her a sense of fulfillment in her lifetime. And by striking a work-life balance, we mean a woman should not become a sacrificial goat, compromising her career aspirations, desire for self-actualization, and leading a life of self-fulfillment at the altar of caregiving responsibilities and unpaid household work. Both men and women have equal rights to their happiness, and therefore they should look after each other's career goals, and burden of caregiving responsibilities should be shared equally by them. So I would like to end by saying men and women both with healthy work-life balance, less stressed out, more productive, efficient and motivated, and they also have an improved mental health and well-being. So thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And happy Women's Day to everyone.
Thank you so much for that, Divya. Happy Women's Day to you too. So we have a couple of questions from the audience.
Sure.
So the first one says, can you share a strong corporate policy that can be a game changer in protecting women's interests at work?
I think a strong corporate policy, as you're saying, I mean, that should be this only, that there should be flexible working hours, because a lot of people prefer flexible working hours. So, I mean, that really helps. So I think whatever time you work, that should not matter as long as the work, all work is done. So, and also like work from home, I wouldn't suggest every day, but on some days of the week, as I also said in the talk. So yeah, thank you.
All right. And there's one more question. This says, what are the 3 major challenges of work-life balance? Yes, you've covered it already, but would you mind answering this for us, please?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry, I couldn't hear that. My internet connection is unstable. I'm so sorry for that.
No problem. I'll repeat myself. What are the 3 major challenges of work-life balance?
Okay, 3 major challenges being the First one, I think if men do not support in the bringing up the children or in the household chores, so that's one of the challenges which a lot of women face. So that's the first one. And the second one, I would say, says, I mean, if you're, I would like to say that, I mean, if you're, I think if you are able to stay nearer to the office, I think that would really help, because then you would not spend that much time in commuting. So, I mean, a lot of time is spent in commuting also. So that's also one of the challenge for women. So, yeah, so that's what I would like to say. Yeah.
Perfect. That was very encouraging. Do we have any more questions for Divya, please? Nope, that's it. All right. Thank you so much for your time. Round of applause for Divya.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Let's continue. So next up, we have Vinny Kamuya joining us today.
Let me have a quick biography. Winifred Mikali is a leadership development coach, transformational speaker, and best-selling author of Shatter Your Glass Ceiling and co-author of Voice of the 21st Century, Resilient Women Who Rise and Make a Difference. She is the CEO and founder of International Renaissance Center, where she specializes in coaching her clients how to unleash their leadership potential and develop their knowledge, attitude, and skills so that they enhance their ability to achieve the short-term and long-term goals on organizational as well as personal levels. She is a woman. She is a founder of Women in Leadership Africa Forum, bring women together to learn from each other, and Women in Leadership newsletter and amplify their visibility. Hello, Vivi. Happy Women's Day. The stage is all yours. All the best.
Thank you so much for this, and happy Women's Day to everyone. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm so glad to have this opportunity, and I'm streaming from Nairobi. I was supposed to be there, but I was not able to get an appointment for the visa application. All the same, let's do this. Can I share my screen?
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll be speaking on leadership empowerment, how to scale your leadership. And for me, this is really important because in the workplace, we have a lot of challenges for the women on how to scale into leadership and the various things that happen to women. And that's what I'll be looking at. And before I look at that, my message for today is that every woman's success should be an inspiration to another. And today, I think we are being inspired by so many women who are here now. We are strongest when we cheer each other on. And this is a good opportunity for me to cheer all the women who are here and to say that I believe in you and I know what you're doing is impacting and changing the world. This is an opportunity for us as women to make an impact on the world. I had some questions earlier and I was so happy about it because you're in the right place if you don't see yourself as a leader. And I think that is one of the challenges that women face. They don't see themselves as leaders. You don't know what's holding you back because now you are not seeing yourself as a leader. So there's this part that you can't see. What is it that is holding you back? And you therefore end up feeling stuck and you don't know where to start from. And maybe that is why a lot of women don't scale into leadership in the corporate world. Yet, women are leaders. I think what I've had all of the speakers say is that we are leaders as women. So what is holding us back and why is this happening? So I'll look at just 4 minutes about leadership. I didn't want to go more than that because maybe those things are the things that are holding us back. And they could be the things that are stopping you and anyone else from being the best version of yourself. Because Once you're in leadership, it means you're the best version of who you're supposed to become or who you're supposed to be. Then I look at one mindset shift that can help you transform on how you think about leadership, because maybe that's one of the things that is been holding you, or maybe holding the people who are working around you. If you're leading teams, you'll notice that you see leaders within the teams, but when you approach them, they will tell you they are not leaders, or maybe they don't see themselves as leaders. Well, I am the CEO and founder of International Renaissance Center. We are based in Kenya. I'm an international best-selling author 2 times. I'm a speaker, I'm a leadership development coach, and I'm now also an small and medium entrepreneurs mentor. So this leadership has taken me through phases. I do the Women in Leadership Forum, which last year I was able to feature 100 women, and I can tell you it is true that women don't see themselves as leaders. We featured 100, and I can tell you most of those women said and didn't see themselves as leaders. Even this year, we are featuring another 100 women, and the women we've spoken to, they see themselves not as leaders, yet they have huge following. I have been an author with published 2 books, which are there. I've been featured in Women Voices Changing the World. I've also mentioned a few of the things and places where I've been featured, which is all here. And why do I bring this? These are some of the women that I've interacted with during the Women in Leadership Forums, helping these women realize and see how they've been leading. And you can see at the center there, this is a Maasai leader from the community. And she came to speak because I noticed the leadership skill in her, and I said, you need to come and share your experience. Of course, you might say she's not a leader. Or you might look at yourself and ask yourself, are you really a leader? And that is the challenge that you find a lot of women in the workplace also facing. And maybe that's why they don't scale into leadership. That's why they walk away. So for me, it wasn't always like this. Okay, let me just remove this screen so I can see. I was a housewife many years ago with 4-month-old baby, traveled out of our country with a small baby. I'd never traveled outside. I knew nobody, and I had no presence anywhere. I had no networks anywhere. And one of the things that I learned is that I had to focus to lead myself. That is many years ago. Okay. By last year, I was leading myself. But I can assure you, the journey had to start somewhere. And it took some courage and maybe some of my friends to see the leadership in me, to point me in that direction. That's why in 2001, that's when I decided this has to happen. So before we look at what happened in my life, let's look at those myths that hold us back. And maybe that will help us to understand. One of the things that challenges when we look at leadership, and maybe when people speak to us about leadership, which is even one thing that I was amazed yesterday, even I was speaking to somebody, she's leading a following of over 154,000 followers online. She doesn't see herself as a leader. We always think that position determines leadership. That is, I have to have that title and then I'm a leader. Now, when you carry that around, surely, even if you have 154,000 followers, you still don't see yourself as a leader because you're waiting for that title that says you are the leader, and you will keep waiting. Leaders must be extroverts. Indeed, some of us believe that leaders must be extroverts. So when we look at other people and we are introverts, then we might say, no, I'm not a leader. But is that the case? Maybe that's a question we need to ask ourselves. Then we might also think that leaders need to know everything. Do they really know everything? Do they? A question we need to ask ourselves. And then we might also end up concluding that leaders are born. But is that the truth? Maybe those are questions that we need to reflect back on and ask if indeed they are true. Maybe by answering some of those questions, we might see where we've always ignored our leadership. Because you are impacting people wherever you are, and they can see and change their life. Their lives are getting transformed because of your impact, but you don't still see yourself as a leader. And that is what is happening in the workplace. They influence other people. They are able to bring great teams to realize the vision of organizations, departments, but they're still waiting for the title that says manager, director, head, and yet they are doing things that are changing organizations. Should we continue to wait? I wonder, but these are 4 questions that might be the cause of what's happening. My belief is that before you can lead others, you must first learn to lead yourself. And this is also a quote from Maurice Code. And until you release yourself to lead yourself, you will not notice or realize that you have followers. When you are leading, you will definitely have followers. And when you are leading, you will realize that leadership is about what you do to make things happen and the reason why people follow you. And that's the beginning of leadership. You lead yourself first. So leadership is unlocking people's potential to become better. So here you are in an organization, providing solution and leading people to do things they don't believe they can do. And yet you don't believe you are a leader. Maybe you need to ask yourself questions. My mission is to empower middle managers who want to maximize their leadership impact, establish their authentic voice, presence, and leave a legacy. With leadership, you must realize that eventually you will leave a legacy. And that's my mission. And I'm so happy because in 2001, as somebody who struggled with feelings of self-doubt, it took me a long time to overcome self-doubt. I mastered the art of gaining control over my inner voice, because that is actually the war. Anytime you want to lead, anytime you see yourself asking yourself, if you are really indeed a leader, where is the loudest voice coming from? So I mastered how to control that inner voice and how to lead myself. Today, I'm helping hundreds of women and men world over to live a life of freedom and full self-expression. But you know what? Before all this happened, I had to discover some strategies that I needed to use so that I changed my life. And I can tell you, even if you discover what you need to do, you have to take that action. The action that scares you to death, but you must take it. So I knew I needed to take action. And indeed, that's what I did. I took action. And when I took action, this is what leadership has made possible for me. It's extended my leadership impact. I found my authentic voice. I have presence, and I'm glad about that. And I'm sure I'm going to leave lasting impression. It's given me opportunities to travel, connect, and make friends around the world. Today I was supposed to be in France. Today I was supposed to be connecting with people there. And today I'm connecting with people I'd never met here now. For you, it can be the same, because you never know when you're leading people, who will refer you to who? What's that you do will take you to where or impact who? Now in my life, I easily believe in myself and I'm always leading myself, never giving a chance to the inner critic. After all, it's the biggest battle I must win in my life. Well, maybe the misconceptions that are keeping you from being a leader or seeing yourself as a leader is fear and self-doubt. Like I said, I faced the same things. Underestimating your worth. And most of the time in corporates, you will find that people don't see the value they bring to the table. And maybe that's why they don't see themselves as leaders. Maybe they're also very comfortable with where they are. And maybe that's why they want to stay where they are and maybe remain where they are. This is Andrew before we worked with him. And although he was leading over 17,000 followers, he could not see himself as that leader. With my help, I helped him to get visibility internationally and to get recognition and awards internationally. And now he's more than that, he's also an author. I helped him. And I helped him also to ensure that he's getting speaking engagements and opportunities internationally. Are you ready to maximize your leadership impact? Establish your authentic voice, presence, and leave a legacy. Maybe that's the question you need to ask yourself, so that as you step into leadership, as you think about scaling into leadership, ask yourself, are you ready? Maybe you're not ready. That's why you don't see yourself as a leader. But you know what? If people are being impacted, if you have followers, don't you think you're a leader? That's a question. And looking forward, what is it that we must look forward to? Maybe it's time to maximize your leadership impact. Let the world know you're here, and let's transform other people's lives. And let's make organizations great. Let's build great teams. Because if we are able to transform just one life, imagine the impact in an organization. Imagine the impact in the community. And I can say that there are 3 simple steps to scale your leadership. And I'll start with one of the ones that I spoke about earlier, and that is self-doubt. And you know, this can hold you back forever. In step 1, and I've given you 5 strategies, I'll not have much time to go through them, but you can turn doubts and fears into unstoppable confidence. I had a lot of fear, and the people I've worked with, they have a lot of fear of leading. Fear comes anytime you want to do something that you're uncomfortable about. So the things you need to ask yourself so that you can turn your doubts and fears into unstoppable confidence is to get clear the true cause of your doubt. Had I continued doubting myself today, I would not be speaking here. I've just missed an opportunity to be in France today, just because I couldn't control the other factors. But here I was, because I already realized that doubt was going to hold me back. So I had to turn my doubt and fears into unstoppable confidence. Strategies to apply. I look for those strategies. What do I need to do? And I look at some of the things that I have created to enable you to actually walk that journey. And you need to know your self-worth. What's your worth? What are you bringing to the table? What's that value? What is it that everyone is seeing from you that makes a difference, transforms others, transform organization, so that you can say, this is what it is. What do you want to be known for? Because at times we assume that people will know us. Who will know us? We've got to step there so that they can know. And maybe build that self-worth in a way that it is visible for them to see. This is Daisy Susan, and she doubted really her worth and missed many promotion opportunities. But after working with her, she was promoted to the Vice Chancellor's office in the university. I'm happy because she saw her self-worth and she knew now that indeed she was worthy of that position. Unless you can see yourself worthy of a position, you will keep being comfortable where you are because you think you deserve that. You think that's it. You are not good enough. Step 2, say hello to your authentic self. Many times we forget that we are unique and the world has created us as us. Nobody is like us. So stop paying attention to other people's expectations. Maybe it's time to make yourself loud in terms of what are your expectations? What do you want out of this position or out of this life? Give yourself permission to start listening to your own self. Many times we are not listening to who we are. We have so much self-doubt that we just believe what we are not supposed to be believing. Maybe it's time to set your own terms, standards, and say, this is who I want to become, and start working towards that. I mentioned that on step 1, and you'll see how it builds. So in the 3E framework to scaling your leadership, and I believe this is just brief and it's all that you need. Understanding that you are exceptional and knowing that you're the only person who is you in a planet of over 7 billion people is important. But how do you get to know what are those things that are unique about yourself? Because it is only when you understand your uniqueness that you are able to understand how to apply extraordinary. Because when you understand who you are, you will be able to know how you can care for yourself and care for others. Being extraordinary means care for yourself first so that you can lead yourself first. And now know who are you going to be leading and leading to where. So that now when you're caring for yourself and caring for the others, you understand yourself first. Self-awareness is important. Who are you? If you don't know yourself, how can you lead others? Because eventually you'll find that once you have clarity on yourself, once you have clarity on leading yourself, you lead others, and for sure, you will become excellent. And that is how you can scale your leadership. Anyway, this is Juliet, and she was really afraid into stepping into leadership. But after working with her and making sure that she addressed the fear she had, she was nominated to be a secretary in a community savings association. See how fear holds back our opportunities? We might not realize until we overcome self-doubt and fear. And she was glad that she did that because now she faced her greatest fear and self-doubt. Step 3, your inner power. And here you have 4 components. That is realizing that you can fall, and that is why you need resilience. Fall and still dust yourself and still wake up and still go. Because of course, this is life. It's not meant to be a straight line. And even though it is not a straight line, God has given us the grace to always stand. Confidence, this is one of the areas that hold us back because we self-doubt, eventually we lose the self-esteem, we lose the belief in ourselves. And once we lose the belief in ourselves, we are never confident we can do it. And that is why it's important to understand yourself so that you can know where does this doubt come from. Competence. Do we have the competence? Because sometimes even confidence comes from lack of competence. What are the areas we lack the competence? What do we need to do to build that competence? And maybe once all this is done, then our self-esteem will be higher than ever. And we need all these things. These 3 steps, they will help you. This is Malisema. Before we worked with her, she lacked self-confidence, and now having overcome her self-confidence, she's been promoted, and you can see she overcame her lack of confidence, and that boosted her commitment and work ethics in general. She's now a senior official in our organization. So, you want to scale into leadership? Well, it doesn't happen by itself. Like we've seen in all the examples I've given there, you have noticed that you have to take some action. And that's why one of the things that I do is to help middle managers who want a promotion breakthrough to get the roadmap that will propel them into the next level. Are you looking to step into the next level in the corporate world? Do you need a promotion breakthrough? Because once you get a roadmap, you'll be able to build the dream life and to grow your income. And once you grow your income, you will finally get the status, because leadership comes with status. Moving to the next level, moving to the next career level, you feel valued, recognized for your hard work. You start to influence people around you. You gain a greater sense of ownership and responsibility. You begin to be seen as an authoritative figure in your area of expertise, and you gain a sense of pride and accomplishment. I think we all need and want to feel that. And that is why I believe you need a promotion breakthrough roadmap. And hence, having a promotion roadmap and having seen what our clients have gone through and successfully risen through their career, I can tell you it's a big job. And it's just a simple and powerful roadmap that you create and help you to scale into leadership. After all, everyone wants to be in a place where they feel they are the best version of themselves. No one wants to live with regret that they never scale to the next place. So the question, and the big question is, do you need a promotion breakthrough to scale into leadership? And maybe that is what you need to ask yourself, because a promotion roadmap will help you to move to the next career level, get the status that you want, increase your confidence, and help you become influential. Leadership contains all these things, and every opportunity that we have to impact the world or to transform lives, we should take it with two hands. And here is Hope. Before we worked with her, she was reluctant to unleash her leadership potential. And now she is the outreach and partner officer with Private Sector Foundation, Uganda. Like I said, fear can hold us back, self-doubt can hold us back. We don't know what we could be doing in the world if we still get held back by fear, self-doubt. We don't know who we could be impacting today. And for me, what I would love to leave you with is to ask you if you want to create lasting impression and leave a legacy. And I believe if you do, then you need to scale into leadership. And you don't need to sit there and say you don't know where to start. I finish and conclude with this. You will not create lasting impression unless you have high self-awareness. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for that, Vinny. It was very encouraging. We do have 2 questions from the audiences. The first one is, while scaling up the leadership capacity in any organization, what would be the main constraint that needs to be addressed?
While scaling
I'll repeat myself.
opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Repeat.
While scaling up the leadership capacity in any organization, what would be the main constraint that needs to be addressed?
Okay, if the organization has got the resources and it can build their positions, then it is the individuals that needs to show up to be visible, because one of the problems is that sometimes the positions are available, but the people who are capable are not showing visibility, or they are not having the presence to enable them to step in those positions. If then they are not showing the presence, the best thing is to build capacity for these individuals so that they can have presence and so that they can get the opportunities. In most cases, people are afraid to say they are available for certain positions. In some cases where they are available, maybe they have not showcased that they are ready to take up responsibilities, because also people are scared of responsibilities.
Right. Thank you. And another question from Lisa here. As you mentioned, fear and self-doubt, can you please suggest how we can encounter them?
Fear and self-doubt. Okay, in most cases, fear and self-doubt is built from stories we've told ourselves from long before, and we need to look at what are some of the stories that we told ourselves from the beginning. And who told us those stories? Why did they tell us those stories? Because your capability could be way above those stories. And unless you can look back at where the stories came from, you might not be able to point at the thing that is affecting you and making you doubt yourself.
Sure. Okay. Any other questions for Vinny here? All right. I think that'll be all. Thank you so much for your time, Vinny. Round of applause for Vinny, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So now I call upon Ebenezer Damukonda, founder and CEO of Eagles Cornerstone Investment Limited, Africa.
Yes, thank you very much.
Hello.
I hope you. Are you listening? Are you hearing?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much for the speakers who came before me, and thank you for IconStar for the opportunity you gave us to share our experiences and listen to other people. I'm so much grateful. And yeah, I would like to share the screen, if you may allow.
Sure thing. Also, my colleague here will introduce you. You can continue sharing your screen. All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me have a quick biography. And public speaker, motivational and mentor. Ebenezer uses her experience to share insights on how to break out from the zone of self-doubt and fear and thrive in the world of business. Her qualifications include Master in Construction Project Management, Bachelor of Civil Engineering, numerous certificates and awards. The stage is all yours, Ebenezer.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe I think you're seeing my screen, all of you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. I think I'll add a little bit more of some personal info that I didn't share with you when I was doing my abstract. I was born and raised from Rwanda. It's a country that is in East Africa. And my family lives in Rwanda, but I work from South Sudan. I love adventuring, traveling, and music, and I enjoy meeting new people, breaking the ice to make new friends. And I think the rest you have shared, so I'll just go into the presentation. So when I was asked which topic that I could share and talk about, I was compelled to share about encouraging women to allow themselves realize their full potential, to get their voices heard in leadership, aim to use their gifts, talents to be owners of businesses without forgetting the importance of running a balanced life as they take good care of themselves as women. And I will not really share too much about leadership and work-life balance, because I have had other speakers who spoke before me, like Daiva and Winnie, have shared about that. So I'll maybe focus more on about realizing our full potential and allowing ourselves to be entrepreneurs, because maybe this is what I did and this what my life portrays. And that's why I entitled my presentation, The Woman Leader and Entrepreneur. And that's so much of importance, because sometimes, as one of the presenters or some of the participants shared before, sometimes we don't allow ourselves to realize full potential. Sometimes we doubt, as Winnie was saying, we doubt ourselves. And I have been there. I have been there before founding my own company. I was an engineer who was doing everything in the company, but I was afraid to step up and just realize I can be a CEO, I can manage my own company. And I know very many people are still there, where you are in a company or where you're doing something and you're using all your full potentials, but you don't even realize it. Everyone sees your potential. People in your company give you roles. You do them at an extravagant percent, but you don't realize how much more your potential are too much to even create your own stuff. And I will not say that it's a mistake, however much it really pulls us down as women to be everything we were meant to be. But there are many factors that causes that. And I call them the root causes of why we don't realize our full potential. The root causes as why we don't allow ourselves or our voices to be heard in leadership, or the reason as why we don't allow ourselves to get to know our talents and gifts and use those gifts to own our businesses, which are many. Like everyone, you don't need to have a construction company or an NGO, but you can have a hair salon. You can have a catering services. That's also leading. And as long as we know our own gifts, then we can go there and present to the world. But why don't we see many women stepping up? We are starting to step up, which I like. And I appreciate everyone who spoke, because the reason we are here, it's because we stepped up. But there are thousands or millions of women out there who still need to step up. And whether the reason some of us took long to even step up, or we still have our sisters who can step up, and there are very many. And the first one that I mentioned is the external factors. In some countries, they are cultural. We have cultures that say a woman can't talk her mind, because it's not ethical. You hear some cultures say that. We hear some religion saying that women have to just be housewife, and we don't have to do anything else. We have economical factors where, because of our belief system, you find that a woman is designed to just rely on the men in their lives. It's not bad, really, but sometimes when we go extra to relying on men, it doesn't help us to be who we are supposed to be, because we can't even think straight, because we don't have our money to do what we want. Others are educational backgrounds and operating from a masculine system where we are just conditioned to think and act like men, because there are not many women who are out there trying to show us how a woman can still be a woman and do her role in the world. And I'll go to the internal factors that most of them have been shared before: the fear, the self-doubt, the old beliefs and the old stories, the stories that we had when we were children, when the stories we had from our mothers and grandmothers. Because of the life they lived, when change comes, it's even hard to break from the internal barriers that we have inside you, or the internalized external factors, because the society has all these restriction about women. When you hear it, when you have had it for so many years or for so long, it becomes an internal struggle to break through or to break free from that thing, or the tendency of devaluing ourselves. Here, I'll give an example how, I don't know if it's me who realized that, but when, let's say we have a voting or an event where we have to vote a leader, and let's say we have women who are there and men who are competing on the same position. If that organization has, let's say, 60% of their members being women, you find that women are not voting their fellow women. They will vote a man leader, because there is this internal thing that if a man and a woman are competing on a position, somehow a man will be better off to be the leader. It's a paradigm. It's a tendency to devalue ourselves, that it's societal. But I think it's time to just break free about that and see that a woman can be there with a man really wanting a position, and as women really support a woman, not that she is a woman, but seeing that she's capable of leadership. But before we believe ourselves being leaders, we cannot even believe our fellow women. So and the deficit about work balance, I think other have shared, so I will not really go so deep into that. I'll go to the next slide, and I will ask a question that I always ask myself every time that self-doubt kicks in, because even if you be a leader as a woman, self-doubt never goes away. There is a moment you will be like, I can do this, I can fly, I can step up, I can take space. But then in the few minutes, you'll be like, really, do I have all that I get? But most of the times when I feel like that, I ask myself, like, Ebenezer, can you imagine what it will look like or feel like if you step into your full potentials for the authentic confidence? And the idea of me imagining how that will be, give me this confidence of like, you know what? I think I can be confident. I think these self-doubts, they're just in my mind. It's not even true, because it's something that I'm creating that it's not really there. And sometimes I imagine how if I unlock all my unique gifts, I think someone mentioned about how unique we are. We are now, here we are 21 participants following this conference, and everyone, each of one of us, even if we are given same topics, because we are so unique, what we share and what we will bring out to the table of the conference, it will be different, because we are unique and we have unique gifts and talents. And I sometimes imagine how will it feel and how we look like when I live my purpose and calling, because I think sometimes we take long to be out there and take space, because we don't even know our purpose, we don't even know our calling. But just imagine if you allow yourself to connect so much with yourself that you will know your purpose. It will be very easy for you to be like, you know what, this is what I was meant to be, this is what I was created to be, and I'm following that until I get there. Just imagine how a prosperous living that is aligned with your values will be looking like or feel like. Just imagine how effortless cultures of self-care, so that you can feel deeply alive and at home in your body, will feel like. Sometimes we have a body, you're full, you don't even have a problem, but because you're not feeling at home within your body, when you're walking, I think most women have that, but I think it's a culture we have to break free from. when you are walking, you'll be like, I think I'm adding too much weight. I think I'm losing too much weight. I think I'm not, that feeling we have about not being comfortable in our own body. But imagine how it would be looking like, or how it would feel like when you have broken free from that. Imagine how it will be when you're a woman, but you allow yourself to be so creative, fun, play, and the power to manifest your desires. The reason I shared me liking music and adventuring and traveling, it's because sometimes as women, we are not given an opportunity to allow ourselves to love hobbies. If a woman loves hobbies, have a hobby that she likes, it will be considered like, ooh, I think she's not serious. I don't know if it's in my culture or if other people can have that in their cultures. But when we see a woman, let's say, I love salsa, I dance salsa. When we see a lady who like after work, after Friday, she has a hobby she goes to, there's this thing of like, are you even serious? Because culture or the society has made us believe that when you are creative and fun and you play and you have a lively life, something is off. And I think we need to break that, because to be a whole person, we need to really break free about those things. Let's say, I'm not comparing ourselves from men because we are different from men. We can never be like them. They are men, they have their unique gifts and talents. We have our own, and everyone, when we work in our own femininity and masculinity, I think it's where the world becomes balanced. But I'm just giving an example about men, how they love football and soccer and other hobbies. And they're okay, really. The world accepts it because it's who they are. They love it. It gives them life. It makes them become lively. But when we have a hobby as a woman, something is off. Like, I don't know. Maybe I will give a moment to share to hear from you, maybe from the chat. And, like, we need to break free from that one. And I'll not keep on doing this. I think you're reading that, but just imagine how it would look like or feel like to step into your full potentials as a woman. And it's so important to realize that as women, we are endowed with everything within ourselves to be exactly what we can dream of becoming. Sometimes we don't trust ourselves. Sometimes we don't even trust that we have all what we got to become who we are. I remember when I worked for a construction company before opening mine, and as I shared, I was doing most of everything, really, like what the manager can do or what the director can do, managing director can do. But I was not believing that if I step up alone, I'll handle that stress or I'll handle that company. I was like, I think I need men in my team to just help me be who I can be. And that was my mistake until I realized, actually, I had to be failed so many times until I was like, you know what? I think I got everything that I need so that I can become the person I dream of becoming. And when it comes to leadership, I think the truth is our absence from leadership position has left only one gender to make decisions that affect us all. And I think in most countries, I'm glad that in Rwanda, I think Rwanda, when we go to Forbes statistics, we are the first country that has more than 60% of women in leadership or in parliament at least. And that gives us confidence, even younger generation, that we are able, we can do that, we can lead. But in countries where, or in a society or communities where leadership positions are only given by men, it's allowing only one gender to determine or make decisions that affect us all. And it makes us really be vulnerable because our voices are not heard. Because when they're taking decisions, they're only using a masculine or a man mentality, which is okay, really. But women also have what they think and how they think things can be done to the society. And when we are not allowing ourselves to realize full potential, we keep robbing the world of the greatest ideas, creativity, and inspiration that would have otherwise been turning into businesses serving the world. Imagine any gift you have, be it catering, be it hairdressing, be it makeup artist, being construction, or just being a psychologist who can help people. If we are not realizing that and bring it to the world to serve the world, we keep robbing the world to the greatest ideas that was created within us. But we need to break free from that. And how do we do that? It's through self-actualizations that brings balance in our lives. And when we are talking about women empowerment and leadership, women in entrepreneurship, it's very crucial to realize that to be effective as we deliver our services to the world, we need to master the art of having a work-balanced life, which gives a healthy outcome on both ends. Because sometimes you find that because we are multitasking, because we are so much detail-oriented, sometimes we found ourselves like, if we are committed to work or family, then the hobby part of ourselves, the self-actualization of what do I need, me, what makes me happy, rather than, yes, we make other people happy because this is how we are created. We serve other people, but when it comes to serving ourselves, sometimes we ignore what we want. And when we are not balanced, I think it's Divya Mehta who mentioned that, we become unhealthy, we become a little bit toxic. But when we have a full self-actualization, yes, we serve the people around us, we serve the world, but also serve us, because before we take care of ourselves, we can't even be able to take care of other people. And how do we really get to that full self-actualization? And I think one of the best thing that helps me, I'm still a work in progress. I can't say that I haven't really fully self-actualized myself, but one of the things that helps me every day is to connect with my powerful self, my inner self, the inner me, the real and most authentic one, the person or the woman that only I know, because when I'm alone, there are things that are within me that needs to come out. And every time I take time off the world and say, let me have a day off or a retreat to connect with myself, it's a discipline that I have developed that I do many times, because sometimes I feel overwhelmed by everything that is around me until I take my time to connect again with my inner me. And then I'll be able to come out and pour out. And I think I'll give you an assignment to do that as well, or put it in your routine, to just sit down sometimes and reflect on who you are individually, not who the people in your life wants you to be. Because as women, we have a lot of people who want us to be who they want to be, who they want us to be it your co-workers. If you're married, your husband, there's a way he wants you to be. I won't say that you don't need to submit to your husband or to just be a good mother to your children, but when everyone else is a little bit away, who are you individually? What are your strengths? And what are your weaknesses? What are your fears? What are your aspirations? What are your yearnings, the most crazy dream you ever have when everyone is out of the picture? Who are you as an individual? You as a person. And everything you feel, it's real. You're not making up anything. When you sit down and think about all those, everything that you listen or you feel, it's real. And let's keep challenging each other to use all the above and deduct one sentence that really defines her. I said her because it's me and you. When you think or you reflect on who you are as an individual, you can deduct one sentence that defines you. And that sentence, it doesn't necessarily mean to be your overall sentence that defines you, because 1 month you can be this, and when you work on yourself, next month you'll be a different person. But it helps you keep actualizing yourself and knowing this is who I am. I'm unshakable. You can't define me because I define myself because I know myself. And when you connect with the spirit, the higher power, depending on your religion or your belief system, you let that power you believe in define you, and after you have allowed that power to define you, you know who you are, and no one else can come and say otherwise, because you're strong, you're stable, and you know exactly what value you allow into your life. You know which people you allow into your life. You know what you don't really like. And that way, when you have defined yourself, it helps people also know, like, you know what, Ebenezer or Winnie or Divya, this is who they are, and we can't change that. She knows her value, she knows who she is, and that's it. And it helps us see how that enable how become the best versions of ourselves, break up with our fears, and revolutionize our life. I'll go ahead and share something that helped me. I don't know if you guys, if there is anyone who knows the Gallup Clifton Strength. It's something that helped me. I was able to know the website through a mentorship program that I did in the US last year, that's called Tech Women. And before we started that mentorship program, we were given this Gallup assessment. I will invite you to go click on that, or maybe write it down on your note and get there and learn your strength. Maybe I think I have a slide that has maybe a small, low detailed of what it means. I will go into that when we reach there. But it helped me to realize that I cannot be everything. And when I try to be everything, I mess up, because my strengths are different from yours. Your strengths are different from your sister. Your strengths and weaknesses are different from anyone else around you. And when you transform your great potential into, it becomes, when you transform your great potential into great performance, it's when you start performing as your real you. And being your best self means playing to your strengths at work and everywhere. That's what Clifton Strength or the Gallup assessment helped me. It showed me, or it helped me to know my areas of biggest strength, because when you do that, they give you the top 5 strengths of yours among some, like I think 24 or 4 or 34 strengths. But when you do the assessment, it gives you the top 5 strengths of yours. And when you play to your strengths at work and everywhere else, you become the best person, because you're not struggling, because those are the inner strength, the strength that are within you, the inborn strength that you don't even struggle. They're just there. I think we shall go into details on the slide, on the, I think the second next slide. And the key to success is to fully understand how to apply your greatest talents and strength in your everyday life. And what is the best way to do that? It is always to focus on our strength. There is nothing wrong with being aware of our weaknesses, really, and managing them, because everyone has weaknesses. There is nothing wrong about that. But when we want to really be successful, we need to learn that our greatest opportunity lies in building our natural talents. Our weaknesses are okay, they're there, they will not go there. But when we focus on managing them and working on them, we lose energy where it was not supposed to be lost. But when we focus on our talents and our natural strength, it helps us become so real, and our weaknesses don't even show up so often, because we are so much focusing on our strength. And when we go to the Gallup Strength Assessment, the strengths are put in 4 categories that makes people really different. There are people who find themselves in strategic thinking. There are people who find themselves strong in relationship building. There are people who find themselves into strength, like so strong in influencing other people. And there are people who are very much strong in executing or being in executive roles. Like if I give myself an example, my most strength is not even in executive, however much I have a company. I'm an influencer. I can talk, I can influence people, I can really help people go where they want to be. I can make people see the different ideas of a fact. But when it comes to executing, I know it's not my first talent or my first natural talent. And what do I do when I have like now leading a company and you're the founder and you're the managing director, but you're more into influencing than in executing or in executive way? I get someone who has that power or that strength, and we work alongside. And that helps me not to really struggle where I'm not so much okay to perform. But when I perform in my own lane, it helps me become, the work even becomes easy. And we need to learn how to create from a feminine system, which is an inside out system versus outside in system. I think that's what I shared before. When we take time to self-actualize ourselves, like you go deeper into who you are. It helps you really become the person you are meant to be. And it comes so easy to go there and perform what you are meant to be. And this is what the 4 categories. The people who are strategic thinkers, they're analytical, they go with the context, they're futuristic, they have ideation, they have ideas, they have input, they have the intellection, they are learners, they're strategic. And people who are influencers, they're activators, they command, they are good in communication, they're good in competition, they are maximizers, they have this self-assurance and significance, and they are woos. Those people who just, when they meet with people, it's just like they click immediately. There are people who are strong in relationship building, people who have adaptability that are at a high end. The people can connect easily, people can develop other people, who have empathy, the harmony, includer, individualization, positivity, and relator. And the executing people, they are those achievers, the arranger, the people who have strong belief, the people with high consistency, deliberative, discipline, focus, responsibility, and restoration. I think I just give a summary on what Gallup strength assessment is. And when you look at all these 4 corners or categories and all these subcategories of strength, you might find that you don't have all that. What it will help you is to realize among all this, what are your top 5 strengths that you can use and help you become the best version of yourself and the person you have been created naturally, because it's who you are. Like there are things that among all these that come easily and naturally, and there are others that you have to force and learn and imitate. It's not smooth, but when you know your 5 top strengths, it becomes easy. And I'll end from asking ourselves or encouraging ourselves, how do we get the power to ignite and lift up the people around us and make the world a better place? First of all, it's when we, as I think it's Winnie who said that you can't lead others when you haven't led yourself. So when we have a work balance life, and when we know who we are and we can really help ourselves be ignited every time and lifted up as ourselves, we even help others to become those people. But as career women, people pursuing our career, we need to have, and I will stretch on that because it helped me. Before I developed my hobby or hobbies, I was always stressful. After work was go home and start other work from home, be it making supper, be it caring for the people around me. And most of the time I could feel exhausted and low energy. And I was like, I was in burnout every time. But when I started developing a hobby, I could just, yes, give when I'm working, but when I'm doing my own hobby, it's when I get pleasure. It's when I get energized again. It's when I get full potential of now going to give again. So I will encourage you as a woman, if you have a hobby, learn to even have 2 hobbies or 3 hobbies, but make sure you have a hobby as a lady. It's not a sin. It's not something that it's unethical. You're not being unserious. You're just being a human being who is whole in all ways. And when you have all that, it helps us see the beauty at work, in our homes, in our relationship, and in how we serve our communities. And all we need is to stay committed to our potential. I think someone also mentioned that when you want to really realize your potentials and be the person you're meant to be, it doesn't come like that. Or you don't just surrender to the higher power and say, you know what, it's meant to be, it will be. No, it doesn't work like that. We have to stay committed to our potentials or to ourselves. We have to stay committed to our growth. We have to stay connected. We have to stay trained, be part of a team, get a coach or a mentor, stay true to yourself and say no to it just meant to be, it will be. No, it doesn't happen like that. Wake up, go for what you want, go learn, develop yourself, get people to help you. If you don't know something, no one knows everything. I'm learning most of the stuff here when you guys are sharing. Learn. I keep learning, and that's how you become the person you're created to be, with the support of everyone around you. And the more you get and the more you give, and you make the world a better place. So thank you very much. That's what I had today. Yeah. You're welcome, Divya. I'm just reading the comments.
The comments. All right. Thank you so much, Ebenezer. That was a great speech.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. So we do have one question for you.
Okay, please.
It says, yeah. What would you tell young women who are just starting to work? What would you like them to know?
First of all, I still count myself as a young woman, and I think what I will tell them, it's what I can tell myself. Learn from people. Learning never stop. Learning, you never go wrong when you're learning. Learn from your boss. Learn from your coworkers. Learn from the people you meet, your clients, the clients of where you're working from. And everything you learn will help you know who you are. And when you know who you are, it's when now you can say, you know what, I either want to keep working for the people I'm working for, or I'm just going to start my own thing. But learn and take time to learn. Never go wrong with learning. Just keep learning. It's by learning that you become the person you're meant to be.
Got it. All right. Any other questions from anybody else? Okay, I don't see any questions coming up. All right, I think that'll be all. And thank you so much for your time, Ebenezer.
You're welcome.
Round of applause for Ebenezer, please. All right, so this will be end of session 1. Okay, and we will meet you all back at 8 a.m. EST. All right, you can use the people who are the speakers who are already in this meeting. If you'd like, you can join us back 8 a.m. EST, Eastern Standard Time, using a separate link. The links are already shared to your emails. All right, we'll see you all in a bit. Thank you so much.